I'm awake. I'm not drop dead tired like I was yesterday. For that, I still apologize. But, uh, this one I might also, not also. This one I'm definitely I'll probably go for a couple hours and then switch to something. Cause like, I need something that's good for stress relief. At least for today. But at the same time, I've been like not actively, I've been accidentally pushing this off. And I didn't even, I wanted to do this one earlier. Okay. Something's not right because I'm not hearing audio. I'm not hearing audio from the game. Hang on. I had a long day and this is just getting worse. Like, this isn't helping. Because I don't know why I'm not hearing anything. Because OBS is telling me that it's at least picking something up. Hang on. Because if it's just the game, I can restart it. But if it's like my own thing, if it's my own computer's audio, then I need to double check something really quick. But yeah, sorry for like the last minute postponing of Resident Evil yesterday. Not my intention. Okay, it is not my audio, so it is the game. So I'm gonna try closing it and then reopening it. Yesterday it was just, I just did not get sleep. Because there was a lot of snow. There was a lot of snow. And so I ended up not accidentally, but I ended up waking up a lot sooner than I kind of expected, and I could not get back to sleep. Audio's still not going for this. I could not get back to sleep, so I ended up staying up because I was thinking, okay, maybe if I push through, I could make it to stream and I'll be fine. Did not work. I got all the way up until the worst part is that I had the game open. I had Resident Evil open, I had VTube Studio open, I had OBS open, but it's just like right before I was gonna hit stream, like I felt that exhaustion just completely wash over me. And I was just not going to make it. I think that's like the only time where like I was right there. I was right there finally, like starting a stream and just didn't go through. I don't know why I'm just not hearing audio from the game. Let me see if this is just a Steam issue by opening up Old Reliable. Because if it is just you and me and her, then I'll figure that out. It is. It is only something wrong with you and me and her. So that changes plans. Because I was like, late night Tuesdays are either going to start just being generally cursed, or we ball kind of nights, because I can't seem to catch a break. You know what? I wanted stress relief anyway. Whereas, give me 1 second, because this gives me a chance to do 2 things. Sometimes you just have to look at certain situations and just go, alright, the show must go on. Thankfully, at least, this show has really good music. Unfortunately for you, I have tricked you once again. This is, in fact, just another unbeatable stream. At least for like an hour. Like... like... Listen, sometimes... I got so frustrated. Today has just been nothing but frustration. I need this. Give me this. Like... I am so tired. Sometimes when you're frustrated, you just need to beat your emotions out. Which naturally means I'm gonna play Stricken. That was like really messy, but whatever. 19 to 20. Let's see if I can keep ratcheting it up. I knew I was gonna choke on that too. I was really sloppy during the mashes. I got way too distracted. That's in line with what I had before. I just need to not make an ass of myself. That got like really sloppy. Ugh. Hang on. Remember following you, so I'm gonna throw a penny. Thank you for the penny. Ugh, why am I like starting off so bad? $17K. That feels... Yeah, I was off by like 15,000. I think the only way I'm getting better at that song is if I do more crits. Like if I land more criticals. I think I'm good enough for Aminon right now. Blech. Why do I keep doing that? I don't know why I'm not reading that as like a hold. That was also like really messy. I'm like really out of it today. Ooh. That was a mistake on my part.
See what this feels like.
666, I'll take it. This one I have to hit 17k eventually. Eventually out of frustration or determination. I'll take either. I'll count this as frustration. 17k. 1700. Not 1700. 1,700,000. Thank you. 87. So many people have gotten so much better at this damn game.
Yeah, looking like the kind of people. Yeah, looking like the kind of people think they so clever. The blunt object concept of a sharp dresser. Putting you in, be a friend of you in fair weather. So why when they push you around do you let them? Can I get your attention? A wrench stuck in this could prevent the machine from persistence. Much offense meant and suggestions like this are met with some less than a yes and a fist. You get the gist. If they do the same crime, get a slap on the wrist. Like for you mean time in a jail cell. Bill said $1 million in change. produce. The small bit you get is less than you use. You pay down your debt and still get abused. So why don't you let your wig be a fuse? They treat you like a carbon copy of everyone else in the room. The rich are all in your body, so why aren't they worshiping you?
I'm still curious why it does that early. I'll do a few more and then I'm thinking about which game to switch to next. I don't play this one enough, and I like this song. could be a lot better. I think I'll end up getting better at the parts that I'm rough at, like, the more I do it. I don't know how I got that score the other time.
Okay, for those who don't have very good rhythm, we're going to get you started on the right foot or the left. Let's begin with a simple step pattern to get you attuned to the sound and feel. Okay, step to the rhythm, move to the rhythm, slide to the rhythm, spin, do it all over again. Sound and feel the rhythm. Begin with a simple rhythm, slide to the rhythm, spin, do it all over again. Step to the rhythm, move to the rhythm, slide to the rhythm, spin, do it all over again. Sound and feel the rhythm. Begin with a simple rhythm, slide to the rhythm, spin, do it all over again.
Better. Still feels slightly off, but that was definitely a lot better than I usually do. Rhythmic Mania. Wait. What did I do to get that? Wait, no, that's unbeatable. What did I do to get that? Logic dictates I should be good at rhythm games since I have the pattern seeking brain. It's... Rhythm and patterns are slightly different. And like, I get what you mean. I completely get what you mean, but like, following a rhythm and following a pattern are separate things. Because the rhythm can change, but if you're also in sync with it, then you still can, like, follow along with that. Like, it's weird to describe. Hang on, I have to look for whatever this one was. What did I do to get that? I think ad started. But I want to figure out where I got that title from. Finish level with your highest combo count being 573. Okay, I got it. Beat from Unbeatable Mania. Don't try to get higher than the max combo. The max combo from Beat Mania, 573. Okay, I get it. Oh, ads are running. So let me BRB real quick.
Step to the rhythm, move to the rhythm, slide to the rhythm, spin.
As the light through the door, straight through the
Okay. Yeah, back to what I was actually saying. Whoops. Yeah, a rhythm is weird. It's not a straight pattern, and I think Whack Time is actually a good example of this. Ooh. Hang on, something was up with that. That feels weird. What is that? Oh, something is odd. Hang on. Here, because this will help me, like, test something, but also, like, help serve my point. Because a lot of these coordinates are really good for being on beat. But also being able to feel for when the rhythm is going to change.
Right now, I'm sure you feel it too. There's something
I think the flexibility of it is what I think is what makes a rhythm more of a rhythm than just a pattern.
going by. But please won't you tell
It's like a dance where the music is leading you.
me? Watch it all on a tube display as the picture slowly fades away.
And because I played that one, I have to play the other one.
There's a nightmare that I got in my brain every night where I get caught in a drain and it spins me all around and I give up and I drown. I've seen signs skewed inside futures we see. I'm too wise to forget you, forget me, but you don't know that you were not your fault. Nobody's still gonna happen to me. I can't breathe in all these reasons. I can't There's a thing keeping itself out my sight when I sing, sleeping until I can fight my own need to close my eyes, lay beneath this new surprise. It's an unknown with no words to describe. When I'm done, though maybe I'll have the time, but right now things move too fast. Cut life down, bring to the past. Gonna happen to me. I can't breathe in all these reasons. I can't as I fall again with my eyes to the rain, my arms are broken on the asphalt, but it still feels the same. It still feels the same.
Almost. 7k off of my best. Well, 6.1, but whatever. Where is...
Hey, look, I'm just trying to eat something.
2 more after this.
Check, 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 check. A wise man once said, eating is living. I don't know who said it first. I read it in the manga, but it was real though. It stuck with me. Hey, look, I'm just trying to eat something. I need a break. I ain't a machine that keep running, but we keep punching in the fight. It's like peace loving, and I ain't unbeatable. Shoot, I might get beat up quick for no reason. Policemen mean mugging, government been on some other shit. The news keeps sucking. Here's something, say something. Lost free speech 'cause it's something they said that's not true. Like how my name's coming. I keep it 300. I'm in the throes of madness, feeling stupid. So much on my head, you see my dome collapsing. If I know one fact, it's that I ain't been doing no relaxing. Feeling good as noodle with these noodles, that's a prophylactic. You know we have to ignore the story. I even load my stomach, or I'm looking like a loaded gun. Just need a moment to chow. No, I ain't throwing the towel. Let me coyote this down. I'ma let y'all know what's up, but first, eating is living.
I'm gonna reconnect my controller when I switch to the next game. So I felt it on the... I'm feeling it on the up where some of them are like getting stuck for like a split second. I want to do whack time. I messed up last time. I want to end on 0 moment. Oh, what is going on? That's so weird that it only does it like sometimes. It's only doing it now. Ending on the 69 combo. I'll take it. Nice. Alright.
As the light through the door frame and through the space.
might have forgotten. Mind if I stop the fight for a hot sec? Can't explain it, way too much context. Nah, can't be a whole project. Nah, can't see the whole object. Only reflections of the intentions of the suggestions. Tunnels we lost it, but I'm gonna make you feel it. I'm gonna craft the feeling. Max these theses that we've gonna learn from the process. Surviving the churn of a being a button from heaven. I'm falling down to earth. Nothing left in me but a memory. The memory. Afterburn.
Right now, you're trying to make me cry. And right now, I need you to let me down. Finally, no wonder you didn't try and keep me. But right now, I need you to let me down. But you just let me go. As the light through the door frame intrudes on the space, I feel the heat from your forehead catch tears in my face. Your eyes glitters mine for just a second time. But the thing you remember has been replaced. She's touching you tenderly, it's not the same. Oh, and your eyes glitters mine.
Yeah. I definitely feel it. Something in my controller, I think it's the connection. It's like I'll hit a button and then there's like a big delay of it actually coming out or not. Which is weird that it's only happening now, considering that it was perfectly fine for everything up until this point. Which makes doing this very stupid, but I also really want to do it. Rest well, Lilith. This is a good test to make sure that my controller's working. That's for damn certain. Here it comes. Ugh. I messed up at a really important part too. That was right at the end of the song too. Ugh, that run was really messy. I really don't like that run. One more final. This time with my favorite song. And then I'll switch to a different game. Because it is Tuesday. Easily my favorite song. Hey, new score. I love you more now, tapes. Alright. Ugh. Okay. This gives me... 1, a chance to reconnect my controller, and 2, a chance to switch over to something. You would think that, like, after, like, the consistent issues that I keep having with this controller, not this controller, it's more so the fact of me, playing on a controller via Bluetooth anyway. You would think that I would probably just give up playing on controller. But I think I blame part of it on really liking my PS2 when I had it. Like, I got very used to the feel of a DualShock. Even if, like, a bunch of the games that I play still, like, for some reason read my controller as, like, an Xbox controller, doesn't have that big of an impact on me, surprisingly. Like, mentally, my mind just kind of, like, auto-corrects for whatever it is. But there's also still just, like, a whole bunch of games where I feel like I can only play on controller. Like, they feel like it would feel wrong if I tried to play them on anything that isn't a controller. Which is also incredibly weird, because there are some games where, like, there's an exception where I'm perfectly fine not playing on controller. Like, Enfield looks like it's designed for a controller. And I think all the preview material that I saw of it had people playing on a controller, or at least, like, showing off the controller. Or how it looked with a controller. But I just never got around to it. Same thing for Zenless, where I tried it a little bit on There was about a week where I was trying to keep up with dailies, and I had to use a controller. I had to use a controller because it was on my laptop. I also had to bump down a lot of the settings to, like, 30 FPS. That was a very different experience. Essentially, that's kind of like... Essentially, mentally, I put that as, like, my, this is how it feels to play this on a tablet, the proper way that it's supposed to be played. But I figured, nah, not worth it. But it didn't feel as bad as I thought it would have. Granted, I wasn't using touch controls, so I guess, technically, in that instance there'd be, like, 3 different ways of playing. I have no idea how you play a game like that with touch controls. Same for, like, what was it? No, I can't say that, because I did play... This is gonna sound bad until I actually explain it. I did play COD Mobile for, like, a little bit. Not, like, a lot, but I did play it. And I was surprisingly good. Like, not like MLG, but like I was doing pretty well in a lot of those lobbies. And I don't know if that was just like people who are, I don't know if I was getting like bot lobbies or like casual lobbies or what. But like it was like relatively intuitive, but it also still didn't feel right. Like, I think no matter how I cut it, I'd rather be playing on either a controller or a keyboard and mouse. I don't think I could ever like seriously be a touchscreen player. That sounds weird. That's why something like Nikke on like a phone doesn't make sense to me. Like that is a game, presumably. I don't know. I really don't know. To me that's a game that only makes more sense on like keyboard and mouse. Because it's like, why would you not play a game that is entirely about shooting and accuracy on a mouse? Which is also kind of funny for me to say, considering that I started as like a console shooter. Or at least, what about a better way of putting it? When I started playing, like FPS on console, that's when... Oh, it's updating. When I started playing shooters on console, that's what, like, that was like my start. But then when I moved over to a laptop because I was away from my consoles, but I still wanted to play video games. I think I briefly explained it before, but not fully. But that's kind of when I really went to playing like Siege. And there wasn't really any major draw to Siege. Like, I just kind of did it because I wanted to play a console shooter. I wanted to play a first-person shooter. I wanted to play a competitive first-person shooter on PC for like my first time. And I know that that's really funny to say considering I just said that like this was to play on a laptop, but still. It was a different time. I was able to still do well. Now that I think about it, I've been constantly doing like those weird kind of pseudo upgrades. Because I think my first console shooter, it was on console, it was on a controller. But then I'm thinking back, because I never really played a lot on PC before. Because I kind of couldn't. Because I had like a little netbook. Like, that thing was not designed to play video games. When I was playing League on that thing, I was playing at like 10 FPS. I was playing at like sub 20 FPS. Like, on a good day. On average, I was hovering around like 10 to 15. And I played like that, I think, for like 2 to 3 years. I played League like that on a netbook for 2 to 3 years. And then when I finally got, like, not even a better laptop, just like a laptop that could play it, like at a stable 30 frame rate, 30 FPS, I'm like, oh, this is drastically different. I can actually play the video game now. And like, it felt good. But because of that, I was also only able to play, I think, yeah, because it was around the time I had that laptop, I was only really able to play League, I played Skullgirls, and I played VNs. That's why I got big into VNs. Not like super big, but that's why I like started playing a lot more VNs. Strictly because I just didn't have a powerful PC. But like a couple of them were interesting. I don't even know why I started. I think it's because they were cheap. I think it's because I got a gift card I had gotten a couple games that I knew I could play, one of them being Skullgirls. Then I got something else. Then I had like $2 left over, and then I saw a visual novel, and then I bought it. And that was Analog, A Hate Story. That's a really good visual novel. And kind of like since then, I've been a lot more interested in like trying them out and experimenting with them. That's also when I played Katawa Shoujo. I think I played Katawa a little bit after that. I did. It was a little bit after that. Still never gotten to Fate though. I'm trying to think of what other big ones were around at that time. That time it was also very... That time was also very... weird. I don't want to say weird, but like... if there was a visual novel that I could have been interested in, the likelihood that it already had an anime was relatively high. So it was either, okay, do I kind of wait for a visual novel that I'm not going to play? Or do I just watch the anime? And the answer is I just watch the anime. That's partly why I want to rectify that. I want to go back and like actually play Steins Gate. And then also read Steins Gate 0. Because I know that there's a lot of things that they not necessarily changed, but a lot of things that didn't go over. And so I want to rectify that. Especially for how much, like, for how I want to say important. For how important I want to say Steins Gate kind of is culturally, as just like an anime thing. I want to fix that mistake and actually like play it properly. Because I still feel like there's something that I'm missing if I'm not playing the full thing. Because I've even had like friends and other people go through it. I knew a bunch of people actually ended up going through it. And like naturally it's one of their like biggest things. It's one of their like really like it's one of their defining pieces of media. And I feel like I just kind of owe it. I kind of just owe it to myself, and I think it's culturally relevant that I kind of get around to it. There's also a couple of VNs like that. Probably not Fate. I don't know why specifically. I just don't have an interest in like playing or reading Fate. Hang on, the important part. Choosing a new image to cover for the chat window. But yeah, it was largely from the fact that like I started playing on, because I couldn't really play like a shooter on my laptop. Like at best, I could barely play League. And I'm not going to connect a controller to play a shooter on PC. Or at least I would prefer not to. I know that there's a bunch of people who can do that, but when I finally got that gaming laptop, that's kind of when I really, as unfortunate as it was a gaming laptop. When I got that laptop, I figured, okay, this is the time for me to like actually learn how to play. I love this image too much. Let me use this. This is the time for me to like actually learn how to play like a shooter on PC. Which is really funny because now I can go and play now I can play Ultra Kill with like 0 issue. I can play Ultra Kill, I played Siege, but then I don't play any tactical shooters. I hate tactical shooters. I still hate tactical shooters. I don't like having to move so slow. And it's not even like I grew up playing anything remotely like a movement shooter. I just eventually grew to like the speed a lot more. It became a lot more interesting to me. It is still a lot more interesting to me than kind of really slowing down and taking my time. That's kind of why I'm kind of, I want to say glad, but that's why I kind of skipped on a PUBG when it was a big thing. Also, TTK is like a very important thing to me. I don't like when it's like kind of too fast. I like when it's a fight. Which is kind of why I stuck with Apex for as long as I did, but fell off of that for different reasons. No, mostly I fell off that because I couldn't play with people. I couldn't play with people. There weren't people that could like keep up with me. Like, it just keeps going back to that thing of just like, oh, I want to play this thing with my friends because I like this game, but if I like this game, then I'm going to put an effort, and if I put an effort, then I can't play with my games, I can't play with my friends, because then they'll absolutely drown. And I know the very logical question would be like, well, why don't you just make a Smurf? And I'm like, ethically against them. Because it's just like not fair to the other people in the lobby. Like, even in a game where like I mainly play like some form of support, like I'd rather just not take a casual game seriously than make a Smurf. Especially if there's like a lot of progression stuff. Like, I don't like the idea of making progress for something that's not going to count on like my actual account. Plus, a lot of people tend to forget, like, hey, Smurfing is against terms of service for a lot of different games. But they end up turning a blind eye because a lot of those people who end up Smurfing end up also buying a lot more of those skins, because it's like, well, I'm not gonna play without my $20 Premier skin. I played that. I've been using that forever. It feels weird. I feel broke not using it. And I don't have the kind of money to throw around like that. I'd rather just have everything in one place. And like, if the price of me being good at a video game is that I have to suffer that, then I guess that's the cost that I'm just constantly dealing with. One. Let's give that to the samurai. I have to mentally keep track of this for like 5 seconds. No, because this is only the delusion. This spot is safe and then directly across. Usually I would just harder corundum these, but the fact that I keep using it for the samurai makes it not very plausible. Move across. I don't have anything for that. I'm not like a paladin, so I can't like constantly protect him, but I can at least do something. Yeah, they're fine.
Overburdened the system. No matter. It served its purpose.
What was I talking about? Yeah, the Smurf thing. Cause like, I get the core idea. It's like, oh, my MMR is so high that it makes the game unfun for my friends if like I'm playing with them, so I should make a Smurf so that I can not drag them further up. But then even in a team game, like you can totally 1v6. Like that is that's not uncommon, especially if like the skill level is that significantly different. And granted, like, I'm using the context of, like, Marvel Rivals, because, like, that is a game where I can't play with friends. Because my MMR ruins people. But, like... Okay, either, like, the people I'm playing with, my friends, have a bad time, because they're playing matches that aren't fun to them. Or an enemy team has, like, a bad time because I'm playing in, like, a bracket that, like, I shouldn't be playing in. That the game has, like, systematically made sure that, like, I can't play in. And it's not even like the game... Ooh, it's not even like the game doesn't have, like, random matches like that where it's just like... Why not? Let's just throw... 2 Celestial players against 5 people in bronze. Let's see what happens. For like casual games. But that's different than like the game thinking, oh, this is a new player. We should tailor this accordingly. Buddy, you're going the wrong way. I'm gonna keep an eye on that samurai. Oh. can't protect everybody. Oh my god! Samurai, please survive for like 8 seconds. They're gonna get dragged back. Oh, that paralyzed got me. Oh, sweet baby. Are you gonna shackle me? Why? Pass on all this. Like, in a smurfing situation, there are some people who are going to suffer. The only people who don't suffer are just your friends because they're on your stack side. Either way, nobody is in a fair game. And so, like, in a situation like that, I'd rather just, like, alright. I'll make this fun for my friends, even if we're in matches that, like, they shouldn't be in. And, like, if they're a serious group of people who, like, want to get better at the game anyway, then just, like, alright. Like, they kind of just get to start playing the game, like, at that kind of... Not, like, a serious level, but, like, enough of, like, a level where... Like, the game is actually kind of being played even in casual. It's not like bronze lobbies. But again, that might be my own biased perspective. Like, heavily biased perspective. And it is an extremely biased perspective, I'll own that.
From an age rife with death, the desperation will serve well. The enemy is at the gate. To arms, good soldier. Protect your
Where's your kingdom? Could've sworn I passed on all that earlier. Usually I'd be against using the range LB there, but you know what? No, it is. It's a smarter option here. Cutscene. Little thing. I will protect you.
Amalgam of memories. Let's just see how it fares. It is the midst of the storm surge.
I wonder if I should put the donut on me. Or the triangle.
Countless lives are lost in the process of movement. War swells in scope and intensity.
What damage was light? Oh, no, that was because of the... It's raising its right.
Bombs rain down without pause or mercy. The spark of life is dimmed with every blinding flash.
They should still be safe? Yeah. Memento doesn't do that much damage. This is the trouble part. Yeah.
Death is everywhere, holding the promise of the future.
Move to the right. Oof. Left side. Still fine. Yeah, that was right off the edge. The baby. You play with a controller? Yep. Have been since, what was it? 3 point... What was it? 3.2? Like, ever since I started. What do I need? Helmet, chest. And I'll figure out the rest from there. I saw people who played on controller were a different breed. It used to be... One, welcome, Potato Slayer. It used to be a lot worse. Like, because when I started playing during Heavensward and I was like learning White Mage, I had to use all 3 of my bars. I had to use all 3 of my bars for different abilities. But thankfully it's gotten easier. Like, it's not as intense. And at a certain point, muscle memory kind of just kicks in. She is way too far north. And like using keyboard and mouse. I think I tried it like a few times, but it's just like way more natural for me to play on controller. Like, it is just far more comfortable for me. And I can play everything on it too. I think I steal aggro from him eventually. Ooh, that was delayed. That was way delayed. Way delayed. Like to see someone playing on a controller, that would be insane. I did it before. My main caveat is that I just don't like playing ninja. And I still have it at like cap. I just don't like playing ninja. Ooh. Got way too greedy on that. It's fun. Woo. Like the times where like I actually feel like I'm keeping track and I understand what I'm doing on Ninja, like it feels fun, but I just don't like what it does like at its core. Did somebody fall off? No. They got close though. Almost everybody has a fallen stack. And yeah. The mudras feel like very natural to do on controller for me, but that's just based off of where I have it. Oh, that's a lot of damage. Picto I also really like. Picto's really fun, and so is Reaper. I honestly wish I could play more Reaper. Like, when I started, I was a monk main. So, like, I wish I could go back and play... Oh my god. I wish I could play more, more melees. I can eye this. It's not savage, so it's not gonna... It's not like super big. Here? That was... I don't know, I went from bottom up. That is like kind of the one thing where like you really do kind of have to adjust, especially if you're trying to throw out supportive abilities on specific people. But I've gotten used to it. It's not that bad. You just have to think a little bit more. It's not good. This one is like really... Okay. That one got a little bit messy. Play nothing but melee, but I also wanted magic DPS. It took me a bit to learn to like the casters. Not like in a bad way, but like the reason I was even able to like really start playing was the fact that playing Monk on controller just felt like I was playing a normal action game. Granted, back then it was the Monk with Grease Lightning. That's bad. So like I had to play in a very different way, but then like the idea when I was leveling Black Mage, like you got what was it? Lucid Dreaming? It was either Lucid Dreaming or Shroud of Saints. I can't remember the name that they keep changing it to. That they changed it from. But like I did not like sitting still for casting. That's also why I kind of like had an issue with old Bard and Goss Barrel. Please. Now I'm basically a pseudo tank main. Tank main and also healer main at this point. I've done more tiers and gotten further in more tiers on healer than I have on tank. Actually, I don't even think that's true. Because I rated Stormblood on tank. My rotation is completely fucked. Whatever, I'll make this work. Mihara Lily. Made it work. As scuffed as this is. Is that safe? That is not safe. That was way too close for the overlap. 2, 3, 4, 5. Alright, wasn't that bad. It got kind of messy, especially during the middle part, but whatever. Some runs are just like that. I don't want to roll for pants. I honestly kind of need to get better at playing Paladin, so I might switch over to that next. I guess next is pants. Whatever, I'll worry about it later. Oh, that was quick. And for 3 too. I'll take it. I think, honestly, as long as I'm in, like, one of the support roles, I'll take it. Alright, bet. 2. I think this is early. Donut? Yeah, it needs to be... It needs to be a little bit further north. There's a ninja and then there's a dragon. He's at a weird angle.
Once again, they slip beyond their opponent's reach. Behold, the essence of martial mastery.
Donut. Out. Sword.
Absolute brutality. The champion's power is unmatched. There is much more to come.
Donut. Sword. Out.
The challenger's holding their own. It has been a long time since I've enjoyed myself so. Oh, it's tyranny time, folks. He knows no mercy, and he's never tasted justice.
Is that donut? No. Out. Tank buster, actually.
No more holding back.
3, 2, Oh, these others are on top of it.
What is he going to do with all those weapons? Such ferocity! The champion is ruthless indeed!
My entire burst through all of that. I'll take it.
Pain is absolute. I will not lose.
The tyrant altered his form. He looks even more tyrannical than before.
Know the folly of challenging me unenhanced.
That's one. Ugh, I just have to suffer that downtime. You're real close. Oh, I guess it's not. Alright. I can make this work.
What a display of power! He's unleashed the full might of the Mixtape!
How did I not get hit, but the dancer did? I'll take that. That downtime means I get this.
Going to need urgent repairs.
Gonna make this work. 1, 2, 3. This is weird. I can make this still work.
Who knew they'd been felled with a vengeance?
Unless I get hit. Which side?
And now he's thrown the ring. What absurd strength! The ring shall presently be restored.
Oh, come on. You're almost dead. Just give up already. One, two.
Until next time.
Not even gonna run the chance of getting the other things. There we go. That's chest done. That's chest, legs. 2 more. Huh, at least I can M4. Because that means I can get my weapon. Because that's 7.
The president must pay for his crimes. Give him what for, champion. His arm has a life of its own. Is this the power of the mythical Lingua?
Reach, where are you going? Staying here.
His arm is slithering out. Oh, that's disgusting.
To the right.
Watch out! That is one cruel coil.
That! There's... There's environmental storytelling in that macro.
Another attack evaded with a blow.
That's a macro that's like calling out specifically the Sage to set a Cardia partner. But it's not their last name, it only uses their first name. Which makes me, and there's also a specific sound effect, which makes me think, like, that person is used to selling that person that very specifically.
Once again, they slip beyond their opponent's reach. His arms are snaking round the ring. What's ending?
Oh, we're safe here.
The gore has latched onto the champion. No panic.
Come on, I switched. I hate that. Oh, the healer is that way because of hard raise. There goes my Volk. Alright, let's see how fast I can... Oh, that target specifically tanks. Wait, move. That's gonna send me forward. That is just on a delay. Got it. Because I keep turning like at the last second, but then I still get sent in the direction I was not trying to go. This is fine. I'm gonna save my burst. So I want to make my way there. Oh, this party like actually knows how to deal damage. Is that the... That's the Viper. They almost died for that. Whatever. Worth it. Worth it. I have 4 of these, so don't need it. I guess I'll take that against my own better judgment. Oh, well, damn. You get the commission by default. Well earned. I still want to go Gunbreaker for this one. I can worry about the specific pieces and whatever later. What matters right now is that I get the helmet. Because as long as I get the helmet, then I have a headpiece and I have a chest piece. Even though I don't need it. Getting a weapon for Gunbreaker would still be nice. Please, CPS. God damn it. Just wait patiently. Not everything needs an immediate reaction. I think I went every tank. I think the only thing that I didn't go was warrior. I was hoping that the sooner I said that, the sooner the key would have popped, but whatever. I'll take it. Well, 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 if it isn't the Blowjob Brothers.
This will be a tag team match of extreme proportions.
I can handle you alone.
My word, such scorn for the challenger. Oh, fearsome flames! He set the ring ablaze.
They all went far out to put that, like, down. Damn. I kind of feel rude.
Why?
Huh?
The flames are spreading. At this rate, the challenger will be trapped.
I feel like there's a little bit of PvP going on here, and I'm not sure between who. Wait. Save some for me. It's the blue blowjob, brother.
If there ain't a wave to ride, just make one yourself.
What an enormous wave!
Part of me hates the Surfer Rock so much. Do this together, bro. Fucking can't stand these two. Me. Me and this other gunbreaker are too in sync.
We're just getting started.
I can hold this one here. Oh, he came back at the perfect time to get hit by double down. This is really tight. Oh, perfect. Can't even tell which one is lower than the other. God damn it. Whatever. This sucks. Why? No, I have to... Stab middle. When do they autocorrect? I was wondering when they were gonna correct because, like, one was getting real low. Uh-oh. How? Was it because they had to finish the move?
It's all over. Until next time.
Like, they were both dead. Not taking the pants. Don't want the gauntlets. Perfect. One and done. So now I have a helmet, I have 4 pieces for the armor, and I can get my weapon this week. Perfect. Which also gets me an excuse to switch over. Because clearly something is up in the controller. Or it simply just might be dying. Like the battery is low and that's it. Which now makes me think. Because I have a couple of choices. I have like mainly 2 choices. Because did I do my mirror dungeon? I think I did. I think I did. I think I did. Ah, they did notice that that was an error. Okay. I think I did, so I'm not gonna do that. but I will do one of my other weeklies instead. It's honestly, it's funny because like I talked about it with somebody else. But the more that I've been streaming, the less of an appetite I've had for games. Not like in a bad way. More so like there's like a few games where it's just like, oh, I definitely want to play this like off stream, but very routinely most of them are just like, oh, that would be interesting, but it would be more interesting if I probably played on stream. Like that would be good for stream, like, cause like what's a couple of ones in my library that I have right now? Ace Attorney Chronicles I like absolutely have to get to. Great Ace Attorney Chronicles, because I did start that on stream and I've now held that off for like a couple of years. I also have Unsighted. I want to play that on stream. I really want to play that on stream. Since I've also been in the mood for visual novels. The House in Fata Morgana. That one's been in my library for a while. And that is definitely one that I want to stream, but that has to be one that like I figure out when. I need to figure out when I'm streaming that, because that's gonna be, if I put that into rotation, it's gonna stay in the rotation for a while. I might put it in after I finish Totono. I think that would make the most sense, because that would at least be like one visual novel that I have that's like I'm constantly reading, because that thing is going to be long, but at the same time I think it's going to be really good. I've heard like nothing but positive, like nothing but praise about it, but I need the time. I need the time for it. On top of the fact that I also really just kind of... I'm not burnt out, but I feel it. I feel myself getting closer and closer to that point of like, I kind of want a break from reading so much. That's kind of why I've been playing a lot more gacha. Just kind of like in my spare time. Even aside from Enfield. Like, aside from Enfield being its own thing. But like I've been playing more gacha just like in my side, because like it's an easy... It's weird to still say genre, but like gacha like make for very easy kind of games to not really have to think about. Like unless you're actively playing to make like story progress, you don't really need to, and even if you don't really care about the story, but like if you're playing to make like active story progress, you're kind of just going through like motions. You know what you're playing. You know what you're doing. You don't really need to think about it. It's more so just the fact that you have to do the action. It's a chore. It's a chore, not necessarily in a negative way. Speaking of chores, Let me go and quickly get mine done. I'm also not gonna be here for like longer than what, like 30 minutes at most. So I don't really feel like switching over to the category, because again, I don't really need to think when doing a bunch of this stuff.
Thank you. What kind of... I'm here. Need a hand?
But like, it's short, so you're not thinking really, you're just kind of doing. What do I need to do for this? Weakness, fire. Weakness, fizz. I don't know why I said fire. Like, it's... And I hate saying it, but like, no, a lot of gacha is like a very brain-off type of game. Even this is very brain-off for me, especially now that I have like a solid rotation and like a team that I know what I'm doing with.
Phone's ringing. Smash them.
Like, there's still micro decisions to make,
My blade cuts down evil. My spirit soars in the sky.
but at the same time you also, like, no, I have a hard win condition.
Stand down. How lucky. Dial 1 for complaints. Dial 2 for attack.
And I really do not need to think when fighting, like, anything in this game. It is just pure instinct. Which kind of makes it just like a good chore game. But at the same time, I really don't need to think. Especially when it's over that fast. Granted, a part of it is the fact that I have her W engine. And it took me until getting her W engine to realize the vast skill disparity, not skill disparity, damage disparity, between having your character's weapon and not. Like, I'm used to that being like, I'm used to it being big, like, naturally. But I wasn't aware of, like, how big it is in this type of game.
A measure of steel slices the world through. Radiant cloud. Split the heavens. Stand down. How lucky. Forward. Turn around. Smash them. Dial 1 for complaints. What? The verdict is unforgivable. It's a fun material. How about this?
There's also so many invulnerability frames to just abuse.
The Qingming's might. Rends the heavens.
Still completely free to play, by the way. I just got greedy. I got greedy and I got both relatively early. Relatively quickly. I think it's because no, I didn't even have, like, pity for her. Like, I kind of rolled for her, I got lucky, and then I'm like, oh, okay, I guess I just keep going. Because it's like, this is going to be the only character on banner, so just like, alright, let's see what happens if I get the... If I get the new character and, like, get their new weapon and whatever and see how special it is. And, like, turns out, very strong, very special. Hi, Moro. like right as ads started. But by the time ads end, this boss is gonna be dead anyway. It is. And I was debating on like, because I'm not even gonna be here for long, but like being in here for like 30 minutes for weekly, I didn't know if it would be worth it or not. But I think it might be. Even if it's just like that quickly. Because I've kind of just been going... Damn it. So I've kind of just been like jumping all over the place because my initial plans kind of fell apart because the game audio wasn't working for some reason. Less than a minute for that. Because, like, doing stuff in this game is so fast. Which makes doing, like, dailies and weeklies and stuff like that easy, but... Again, very, very brain off. It was also especially doing this. Doing this after...
Tell me if anything's wrong, okay?
After having her W engine. Also, I got pretty lucky on the drives. It's not like God rolls, but it's whatever. The jiggle there is wild. She's the big special new character. She's the super strong character. She is also tragically, critically straight.
Tell me if anything's wrong, okay?
She's the new... I'm gobsmacked. I need to show you Dari. I need to show you Dari, like, when I... Like, after this. She is way more jiggle. I've done that a few times. There's nothing wrong with it. But like part of the appeal in a gacha is like if I can't insert or imagine myself with like a cute girl, then like what's the point? You're not gross. I messed up. I can kill him before that thing even starts. Just makes the character nicer for more people. It is! Like, see, you get it. She was not standing on the blade like she was supposed to. But I'm fine. I got Yuzu. I can at least work with Yuzu. With Yuzu, huh? I will do that like one more time, but I want to show you Yadari real quick. Yadari has the I think the first time I did this boss, it took me like 2 to 3 minutes. 2 to 3 or 3 to 4. Not like super long, but like, oh, I wonder like how playing with the new character makes that like faster.
Tell me if anything's wrong, okay? No matter where we go. Meeting you is the real reward.
I'm not gonna say more, because if I say more, I will be taken into custody.
My dream seems to have become a reality.
I like her. I will admit that that was a horny roll, and I still got her. I like that. I like it a lot. I like the tentacles a lot.
Got one for complaints. Got a few for a chat. If you spot an ethereal, shout for help. Forward.
I also can't even pretend to, like... It's this character's strength alone that's kind of the problem. Because it's like the way that this character works with her,
Slices the world through.
or just like with anyone, that like... She kind of just instantly hypercharges a bunch of characters. Even faster. 1 minute exactly. And this is what getting your character specific weapon does for you. Like I saw the immense disparity in the damage output, and it's just like, alright. Alright, cool. I don't know what to do. I've now witnessed the true peaks that like one can achieve if they get a W engine. And it's so absurd that it makes me like really kind of question if I kind of want to keep playing the game.
Stand down. What's this? Too much gunpowder? Forward. Turn around. I'll back you up. My blade cuts down evil.
That should be...
Sky.
That is.
Don't freak out now. Hello? This is for you. Cut it open. Watch out. Time for a surprise. Don't get scared now. Fire.
Oh, he barely got out of there.
Ball's not over yet.
Thank you for petting Phoebe.
Are you okay?
Oh, that was it. I don't know how I hit him, but whatever. Because like... This is gonna sound so weird, especially considering the fact that I do play a lot of gacha. But like... The game is less fun the stronger that I am. Like... Like, I wish I could find, like, a better way of describing it. But, like... I'm also probably just gonna do this and then... Yeah, done. Like... You would logically think, like, oh, power fantasy. Strong character means that you feel good, and that means you stay.
Hello.
Um,
Rep 2493 at your service.
because like honestly,
Here? What kind of run job have you got?
Asset confirmed.
I have a lot. Also, goddamn the jiggle. Um, but like I have a lot of fun playing Evelyn. I genuinely find her kit very interesting, and I like the way that she is. I like how she plays. Um, and like I felt like I was kind of pushed to like actually learn how to character plays and how to utilize like her crit rate with her wire. How to like form good teams around her. Because of just like I have to work with the normal W engine. This character I don't fully understand. I still don't fully understand. But like this thing, and combined with like the team comp with her, I don't need to think. I don't need to actually like understand how this character works. I just mash button and then I win.
Okay.
And like that's not fun. Like the game actively got a lot less fun the moment I got her and got her W engine. And like that's a weird predicament to be in. Cause like I played it during my why am I like forgetting words? Because I played it during my oh my god, like affiliate anniversary. But like I really like Ultra Kill, even if like I'm getting stuck on cyber grind like 20. I really like Ultra Kill. Because like I have to get good at the game. Like I have to just mechanically get better at the game. That's the same reason why I like playing Unbeatable so much. Like I have to get good at the game if I want results. But in something like that, if I just get the W engine and then the W engine does most of the work for me, then what's the point in learning the character? Like, it's only gonna factor in or matter, like, in complete endgame stuff, and like, yeah, that's kind of like where the weapon and stuff become more important. But then, if I do learn the character and I have that W engine, then it's just a win button. Like... I didn't know how strong those weapons were. I didn't know how, like, genuinely super impactful they were. But like finally getting that and like seeing how that works, it helped me realize kind of where I want to be in terms of like difficulty, or at least like a position when it comes to gacha, where it's like I can't play a gacha and care about optimization. Because if I do, I would drive myself crazy, and that is a money sink. Because what becomes optimal becomes like, oh, well, open your wallet. Like, that's really... I think that's kind of why gacha doesn't hit me as hard. Or, like, it doesn't sink its claws into me nearly as much. Because, like, I like that sensation of naturally getting better and like improving, that sense of development that I can get out of it. That's what I like from a video game. That's what I like from skill-based video games. But then gacha has to toe like a very thin line depending on where you are and kind of like what you're doing. Because either you lower the bar and make the game as easy and as accessible as possible to everyone or anyone, so that the difficulty ceiling remains relatively low, unless you're Limbus, because then you just punch your customers in the teeth. Or you keep it at like a steady type of balance for like freemium players, which is typically either freemium or free to play. Again, still have not put any money into Zenless. I don't even think I never put money into Starrail either. The only time I put money into a Hoyo game was Genshin, where I tried to I tried to force myself to feel sunk cost so that I could keep playing, and it still didn't keep me. But for like free-to-play and freemium players, like it's balancing that line of relatively difficult of like, because if you're in that free-to-play and like freemium tier, then you want to get as many of those like pull currencies as you can, which means that you're playing a lot more. You're doing your dailies, you're doing your weeklies, you're getting better at the game, you're getting mechanically better at the game so that you can keep getting the new currencies whenever you need them, because you can't just open your wallet and get whatever character you want. But then the upper limit of that is that the general rule, whenever there's a character gacha and a gacha that has like a weapon too, you only roll for the characters. You only roll for the characters so that you can get type coverage, you can get whatever type of utility tools. And then you do whatever you can from that point to make the characters as strong as possible. Then the higher echelon is the weapon. The weapon is like, hey, get this so that your character is optimal. And because a lot of gamers really like being optimal, because if you're not optimal, then what's the point in playing? Then they get pressured into playing with the weapon or trying to get the weapon, which means they open up their wallets or they end up spending all their very rare materials and pull currency so that they can get the weapon and the character. And then, oh, you have this super powerful character because you got the weapon. Not because you actually learned how to play the character, but because you got the weapon that makes the thing that they do naturally already better. And because that stuff is more geared towards like endgame stuff, then that makes doing the endgame easier. Which means the people at the top already get more currency that they likely don't need or already have because they're already rolling for the weapon on top of the character. And I'm not saying it as a gacha is inherently evil thing, because caring about the weapon and caring about like that optimization stuff only matters if you care about the end game and optimization and stuff like that. And I don't. So like that's why it doesn't work on me. But I am interested in the characters as very clearly I am. So then the only thing I really need to do is just kind of like keep building up currency and save for rolls, and if I see a character I like, then I get them. And then I work on prepping them to make them usable. But that's kind of like where the upper limit is. If I want to push for endgame stuff, then I have to be grinding dailies, doing like a bunch of the other stuff to min-max my account and do whatever I can to make up for the difference of the fact that I'm not getting those character weapons, because those character weapons usually are on a separate banner that is only available when the character is available. So like Evelyn's a good example, because I got her on the last rerun, which I think was her first rerun. And that also meant that like her W engine was there, but I only wanted her. So I got her, and now I am better with her, and I know how she plays, and I like how she plays, and I have a team that's set up for her. So if I want her to get better, because the disk drives don't matter, they can fit into anything, if I want her to get better, then that means that the next time that she comes around with her W engine, then I roll for the W engine to make her stronger. But if I'm doing that, the trade-off is that I'm missing out on rolling on the banner for the new character, because even if I do get the new character, then their weapon is also there. It is... The trap of gacha is not... The trap of gacha is not the characters themselves, typically, not all the time. It's the optimization. I think a lot of people end up missing that, and that's the only thing that really comes out when like playing the game. Because like there is like yeah, I like the character. I like this character, which means I want them, which means I can play as them, which means I can go on fun dates with them, I can spend time with them. But after that, like you can... It's annoying and it's work, but you can save up and do your rolls for a character specifically. But if you want that character to be good, if you want that character to be strong in a game that has a weapon banner, then you have to care about the weapon if you want to care about optimization. And a lot of people who play gacha do. They care about what's optimal, they care about what's the strongest, they care about like what's the most powerful. That's why... What was that? I think it was during the VGAs. That's why the ad spot that Hoyo got for this new character, Jeff said like the new most powerful character, yeah. And it's like, so you're just saying that outright because yeah, the appeal is that she's painfully straight. She's very pretty. Whatever is going on with her story, I don't know. Haven't run into her yet. And that's also why her banner is unique in the fact that it's running for 30 days instead of the usual like 2 weeks. She's effectively like this year's Miyabi. And that strength, it how do I put this? It's like divided into like two kind of three categories. There is the waifu category, where it's just like, oh, people who will want this character and want to look at them because like they're visually nice or whatever, like they'll roll for the character. Then there's the people who like are attached to her like genuinely because of like the writing or whatever. They want to do all the events and stuff. They want to spend time with her. They want to run around in the area with her. They want to take pictures with her. That gives them a reason to roll for the character. Then there's the people who care about optimization, and they'll care about like the elemental type that they do. They'll care about the weapon. They'll care about how she fits in whatever team comp and like however stuff like that. So then that gives those people a reason to get them. Either way, it is all a funnel for people to like put money into the game, or at least to spend time in the game. But the free-to-play and freemium players don't have that extra incentive. The people who care most about optimization and stuff like that, those are the ones that are like really the whales. Those tend to be the whales. Because you're spending that money on the character, you're also spending the money to get dupes of the character, or that's where you use your freemium currency for dupes of the character, and then also getting dupes of the weapon. If you really care about the character, if you really care about the weapon, you're gonna get all of like the duplicates to upgrade their passive abilities as much as possible to make them more powerful. Then do the same with the weapon to get the most amount of effect out of it. It is a money funnel, and that money funnel is to be the end goal, or the end result of the funnel, if you do end up throwing your money into it, is to be as powerful as possible. They are selling you a power fantasy. But like, I don't like power fantasies that are just given to you. I like when I have to earn it. So that's why I don't care about the weapons. That's why I don't care about the W engines. But anybody who does get close to like those end points of like, I want to care about the end game so I can get more currency, so that I can keep rolling for more characters, so I can keep getting more of their weapons, so I can keep getting more of their dupes, so I can keep making them stronger, so that I can keep doing more of the end game, so I can get more of the currency, so that I can get other characters. Like, I said money funnel kind of just like as a dig, but that's kind of just really what it is. It is a power fantasy simulator, and you are throwing money into it to become more powerful with different characters. And on some part you can say like all video games are power fantasy in some way. Like even the thing that like I'm talking about, where like I want that power fantasy of like getting stronger and can execute like on my own choices. Like that is a power fantasy. That's why I have to pay 50, 60, 70 US dollar for like a video game, for like Devil May Cry or like Resident Evil. They are selling you a power fantasy. And usually, unless there's DLC, the peak is within the game. As in, you can only get as strong as the game that you spent $70 for is designed to let you. Whereas a gacha, they're, one, it's incentivized, and two, it's kind of like they have to. They raise that ceiling. They raise that power fantasy ceiling of like, this is how strong you can get if you put in this amount of money, or if you get this lucky. That's kind of the main real appeal of gacha at this point, is just like the power fantasy. I feel so... I'm trying to find like a nice way of putting this, but like I feel so pessimistic. Sounds mean. Hang on, let me grab water. At this point, this is just gonna be a just chatting stream. Because I was thinking of playing Enfield, but like I can just hold on to that for like I can wait. Because I've also been meaning to do more just chatting streams, so like this gives me a reason to do this. Because unbeknownst to you, or unbeknownst to myself at this point, surprisingly good at just talking. But like, I hate saying like I feel pessimistic. But like I said it before, well, no, I kind of touched on it a little when it came to like, when I was talking about, I was gonna say Blue Protocol, Blueprints, at least when I was talking about it like yesterday. Not yesterday, when I was playing it on, stream. Because I don't like... I feel so picky. Because I don't like the feeling of not being able to make progress because I'm just unlucky. But then at the same time, I also don't like feeling like I'm given a power fantasy. There's a very specific balance when it comes to certain games that like make me feel engaged, but then also don't annoy me because I feel unlucky. That's why I really don't like roguelikes. Well, even saying that feels a little bit too dismissive. Like, I like them, just not a lot. Because again, it's that sensation of just like, oh, well, my run's over because I got unlucky. I set up a build that would work for this. I set up like expectations that would work for this. If I can get this item, then it all works, but then I don't get that item, and then I'm like, oh, cool. I did a bunch of work, I did a bunch of the prep, I did a bunch of the things, like, I planned accordingly, but just like, oh, sorry, you don't get lucky, so your run's over. It's like, cool, cool, feels great. That's also why I can't play card games. Because I hate the idea of bricking, or just like losing because I keep pulling bad cards. But then also winning because I pulled like one right card doesn't feel good either, because it just feels like, oh, I guess I got lucky. And then at that point, you're not playing a video game, you're just gambling, which is why Balatro worked perfectly well. No shade at Balatro. But like, I want to feel in control of what happens to me in a video game. That's honestly kind of why I but like kind of why I like competitive games, or like why I like Rivals so much. Cause like, if I lose, I know I feel it. If I lose, I know that it feels because of either something that I could have done or something like because of a human error, not because simply something went wrong and I was literally just the wrong place, wrong time. I don't like feeling helpless when I'm playing a video game, and I'm playing a video game because I want to feel... I was gonna say like I'm doing something, but like... I don't know, I wanted to feel like meaningful. I wanted to feel like I'm making progress or I'm getting through because of my own, like, ability. Not because I'm just getting lucky. Or not because, like, enough coin flips went my way, for me to make progress. That's kind of why... that's kind of why I'm kind of chafing a little bit against blueprints right now. Because I do feel like I'm making progress. Partly. Like, there's some things, there's like small goals and stuff that like I'm making. But even the progress of those small goals, or my ability to even be aware of the new goals, feels limited. Feels restricted by luck. And I don't like depending on luck. Like, I think it's funny. Like, I think luck is funny. I like card games, but like I'm not ever gonna take that stuff seriously. And part of the appeal of card games is like the social deduction. It's the... not even social deduction, that's the wrong way of putting it. Like, it's a social game. Because the skill set in poker, insane kind of tangent, but it's like related because gambling. But even then, like, poker isn't just like poker isn't just gambling. Like, it is risk assessment, it is risk management, and it's like you knowing like, okay, what is the smarter thing for me to do here? I know because this is on the table. Like, what if somebody else wants that? What if somebody else has this? What if somebody else has that? Like, you're factoring in multiple different probabilities. But there's a lot of mind games in card games. Because you're working with very select bits of information. You don't know what everybody else at the table has. You only know what you have, and you know what you want, and you know what you want to happen. So the most that you can really do to influence that is lying or bluffing. Like, okay, I only have 2 pair. That sucks. But you still want to win. So what do you do if you have 2 pair? You act like you don't only have a 2 pair. You either don't act like you have a 2 pair, or you act like you don't really have a lot, and then you kind of like, you ante up, you slowly ante up, you raise, sometimes you check, sometimes you call, but then depending on like how other people react, then you, like, it's about the information that you give to the other players, because they're also trying to win, but they're not going to just instantly, they're not going to just go all in if they know that they have a full house. Because if somebody does that, that signals to somebody else or other people at the table like, oh, that's dangerous. That means that they're confident, which means maybe I should fold, or maybe what I have is better than what they have. So a lot of that like social mind game for a card game like that is deceiving your enemy into thinking that you don't have the cards that you do have, and then making them respond in accordance. Like, if I have like somebody with a like pair of like 2s can win. They can win very convincingly, even against somebody else who has like a full house. But it comes down to how people present their information and how, like, because you want to get the other people to keep anteing up. You want them to put their coins on the table so that you can take it from them, but you can't do that if you instantly fold and other people aren't going to raise their bet or think that they have a better hand than you if you put in all of your cards like immediately. Like, you have to be smart about it. Yeah, luck does play a part, like, undeniably. It plays a part in card games, but it's not the only thing that matters in a card game. What matters is how you use that hand that you have. And that's kind of difficult to do in a computer game. God, what am I, 50? It's hard to do that. It's hard to do that in a video game. Because you can't bluff to the computer. You can't lie to the computer. The computer knows that you have the computer knows that you have 2 pair. The computer can pretend and act like it doesn't know that, but it does know that. Of course it knows that. So then it's like, okay, what would be a better way of doing this? What's a better way of doing something that implements like random chance, but also in a not necessarily in a fixed environment, in an environment that also changes. Sorry. In an environment that also changes, so that the player can still kind of like have that planning, pre-planning, and executing type of like chain of actions. And then you get something like a roguelike or roguelite, where like it is just you. It's just you and the computer, and it's just you getting multiple chances of getting good weapons or getting good items that have synergy with one another and making your way all the way to the end. And you either find a dominant strategy that works, or you kind of just make do with what you got and scrape by, or you just get a bunch of bad items and you kind of just suffer. And I really just rather not suffer when I'm playing a video game. If I'm going to suffer while playing a video game, it has to be my own choice. It has to be my choice. I chose to be here when the sand pass came through. I don't want the game to just kind of instantly kill me just because I was unfortunate enough to not get the 3 items I needed to make this build, like, synergize well. I'd vastly rather be in control of what, like, I'm doing instead of kind of just having that thrown at me. It's almost like that's a running theme. I feel like whenever I do a just chatting stream, or like, it feels like whenever I do a just chatting stream, it ends up turning into, here's why I hate, like, these types of games. And I feel bad, because it's like, because, like, yeah, it's just not my cup of tea, but, like, there's a bunch of people who like them for a reason. Whatever reason that is, I don't know. Not my prerogative. It's entirely up to them, and there's nothing wrong with that. But, like, if I'm doing something on stream, or if I'm doing something not on stream, I'd rather not have the results of that being impacted by chance. Heavily impacted by chance. I'll amend that. Because I was thinking of, like, White Knuckle, because I really like White Knuckle. Because, like, yeah, there's chances of me finding certain items in different places and me getting certain discs that give me upgrades and whatnot. I still think I'm saying that wrong. I don't think I need the disc for the upgrade. I think the disc is just for saving. That's beside the point. But, like, the only constant that the game knows for certain that you have at any given moment, outside of maybe a few select scenarios, is that you have your bare hands. So you have to make do with that. You have your bare hands, so you have to make that work. And at least as far as I've seen, and as far as I've gotten, even if it sucks and even if it's, like, difficult, like, there's at least always an option even when it's just your bare hands. It's not like you're gonna lose a DPS check because of your bare hands, or because of the wrench that you have. Or the hammer. It's not even to say, like, you can't do, like, level 1 runs or, like, no upgrade runs, because I know a bunch of people do that also in roguelites, and I'm back to just hating roguelites again. But again, it feeds into that whole, like, optimization thing. Even if it's just pure chance, you're still trying to optimize, like, what you can do based off of the... I hate saying coin flips, but based off of those chances that, like, you've made. Or chances that you've been given, I'll say. And there is skill in that. There's skill in having the knowledge of, like, these items work well together. This item does this, and that means that if I get this item, then I can do that. Like, there's a certain level of pre-planning that comes in with that, and execution as well, because you still need to not die. But having a certain selection of items, having a certain bit of synergy with those items, makes not dying a lot easier than others, than just not knowing that stuff, or just not having the items that would make that type of strategy viable. I think that's the same reason I can't really get into Survivor likes. No, what was it? There's a better term that somebody I heard from a video. Horde Survivor. I think it was Horde Survivor. There was some other name that was used, because I like Horde Survivor more than Survivor like. brain is like struggling. I think that's why I don't like Horde survivors. Which is funny because I actually really like COD Zombies back in the day, but that's different. I gotta stop saying back in the day. I'm gonna beat myself with a tire iron if I keep doing that. That was aggressive. But I don't like the random chance that comes with that. I don't like the random chance of just like, again, the building up and like, oh, some runs are better than others, simply because of the synergy of the certain items and whatever that you got. Which is funny because it's funny that even Horde Survivor is like its own different category because it's still roguelike. But it's like a survivor, like there, you wouldn't say Mega Bonk is like the same thing as Risk of Rain 2. Like those are two different variants of the same thing, but you would still say that they're both like roguelikes. Roguelites, whatever. But Mega Bonk is more of a Horde survival, than something like Risk of Rain 2. Risk of Rain 2 is more about going around getting the items and then using that for a large boss or using that for like the challenges. Whereas Mega Bonk is just like there's a bunch of enemies coming at you. And sometimes they'll come in bigger waves, sometimes they'll come in smaller waves. Like the enemies will come towards you constantly. Whereas Risk of Rain 2, Isaac, you kind of have to go to the enemies. You have to go to the danger, to those rooms. But both of them are still roguelikes. We need to find a better name for that. But both of those are still roguelikes because you still have to find items. You still have to make use of those items in like different synergies to make yourself stronger. That's honestly kind of still the one caveat that I have when it comes to Rabbit and Steel. I like that game a lot mechanically. I don't like the item part. Because again, of that same stuff of just like, oh, I guess I'm unlucky. Guess this run's dead. Or, oh, I have like a good kind of build going, but I'm getting no items that work for that. I'm not getting anything that really kind of works with my character. I can make something that works, and if I get lucky, then this can turn into like something broken, but like, again, the dependency on luck. I'd rather just something like Ultra Kill. Ultra Kill, Unbeatable. Something that's just like the only variance is me. I think that's the main thing that I'm getting at, is that I like games where the only variance in how well I will perform is me. My own ability to perform. I might not look it, but I tried for like the past 10 seconds to somehow figure out like how to tie that into just saying I hate Minecraft again. I thought about it, and I'm like, I can't, because there's no reason to. But I also think that's kind of why I never really... No, I can't say that. Because I think in theory, I would like, in theory, I think I would like extraction shooters, but I don't like the combat in extraction shooters. I don't like the very slow pace of them. I think the closest I got to liking an extraction shooter was liking Apex. Which is really funny because it's not like that at all. But there were certain like moments in Apex where, or like certain times in Apex where like, oh, that's a very high value spot, or like, oh, there's a bunch of like boxes there because a bunch of people died here, and like we heard gunfire here. Oh, it's over, so that means that there's probably loot there. We don't know if the people left, or we don't know if like other people also heard that. So Like, alright, sneak in, check corners, listen out for anything, grab whatever loot's valuable in there, and then leave. Before somebody gets on me, yes, no, that's not an extraction shooter. But that is an element of extraction shooters that I like. The only difference is that me doing that or getting caught kind of like, I'm trying to find a better way of saying it, but the only way I can think of saying it is with my pants down. But me getting caught with my pants down are like somebody looking at me with a scope. Unless they have a Kraber or unless they have a very powerful weapon, like, I'm not going to die instantly. I can at least react and like I'll know what I can do. Like, I'll still have the disadvantage. I'll take that. I don't mind like getting caught off guard and stuff like that. Because I'm already like, I played Recon. I played Crypto. I played Crypto and Bloodhound. Shocker, the NBA likes playing the NBA. But like, I like playing Crypto, I like playing Bloodhound, I like doing that surveillance stuff and being aware of like, okay, keeping an eye out for enemies, making sure that where we're going is safe, making sure that we have cover wherever we go, like whatever type of backup options in case something bad happens. But then I also like the fight itself. I like the... I'll blame this on Halo. I like the skirmishes. I really like being in that, like, in the middle of like a knockdown, drag-out fight. Like, because the fights can go long, but you don't want them to go long. Especially in a game like Apex, where you do not want the fights to go long, because the longer a fight goes on, that invites more people to come in because they know, oh, that fight's been going on for a while. A bunch of people are probably really weak. We haven't been in that fight. We can come in with full shields, full mags, full awareness of basically where everybody is, almost, anybody who's been shooting. And essentially just clean up, which encourages both of those teams to only take those fights if it's going to be quick, and if the fight is going on for too long, then you make that decision to leave. The only time I really like high TTK is in arcadey type of shooters. Like where the pace is just fast, like, oh, I died, I'm back in like the next 2 seconds. In that case, I like a high TTK. But if it's like dead, you're out, then that encourages you to play in a super slow way. And I'm already like a really cautious type of player when it comes to shooters and stuff. But I don't like the idea that like a fight is already decided based off who sees who first. I'd much rather prefer just like having a little bit more control and agency in what I'm doing. Whoops. Which I guess also just feeds back into the gacha thing that I was talking about when it came to the weapons. Because like, if I don't have a choice, really a choice, like, yeah, you can set up your disk drives to do different things, or like different characters with different stats that are better, and like you might be able to test out certain things based off the comp or whatever. Like you can experiment, do different things like that, go off meta. But in the back of your mind, you know you're still being forced. You know, hey, that W engine's better. Hey, those stats are a lot better for your character. Like, I think that's why I like, not necessarily off meta, but that's why I really like the dynamic parts of Rivals. I like the fact that Triple Healer is like a real thing that can work in Rivals if you have a good team that works with that. I like the fact that I like the fact that like triple tank works in some cases. Single tank, sometimes double tank. Like what was it? 222, 132, 123. Or even especially in casual, like that game that game that I played during the anniversary stream, where the entire enemy team was basically all supports and then one Moon Knight. Like, it's funny. Like, that stuff is funny. That makes a game fun. And I'd rather stuff like that. I'd rather just like be able to kind of like be myself and express myself how I want in a game. That's something I really liked when I was playing Apex, is like trying different weapons where it's just like, alright, I'm not getting my R99. I'll cry later. But what can I do with this weapon? What can I do? How can I play in a style that works well with this weapon, with my character, in fun ways that still gives like my team a chance? And like if we got in the top 5 and it's like, oh, okay, cool, this works. Or like if it's like, okay, different situation, I have to adapt, I have to change. Or I find my R99, my baby. But then I can adapt and make that work. And part of that is also still by chance based off of the enemies that are there. But prior to that, you have an abundance of relative choice. You have an abundance of choice in terms of like where you go, what items you pick up in those locations, your game plans and stuff like that. That's still why I like Rivals. As much as I kind of almost don't want to say it, like that's why whenever like I'm playing, I especially did a lot during the anniversary stream, where like I'm looking at what my team is playing. I think that's just the thing that I like doing in general, because like I also do it for 14, which is why I'm so adaptable when it comes to the different classes that I play, because I can play all the classes. Can, in quotations, I don't like playing ninja. I don't know how to functionally play ninja, that's different. I know like the basic stuff, but I can't play it like well. Also ad break is starting in a minute, so I want to make this quick. I like having different game plans. I like adapting in different ways. I like varying things up. I don't like doing the same thing over and over and over and over again. Like, that stuff drives me crazy. That's why I don't think speedrunning, like, in a very serious way works for me. Because it is just me in that environment of just like, I have to do this right. I have to do this right, 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 I have to do this better, I have to do this better, I have to do this right, I have to do this better, I have to do this right. Like, it just drains me. It's not fun. I'd rather just be able to play a game where I'm able to express myself and do what I want, instead of having to worry about doing things quote-unquote the right way. Speaking of the right way, ads, I think, are starting in a sec. So let me go and get water, because I haven't been, because I'm gonna need this, especially if it's gonna turn to a just chatting stream. So be back in a sec. Also, I got a new BRB screen. Not really new, I just changed things around. Can you send me 30k? I don't even know how that thing started. Which is funny because I use that I use that GIF for like the start too. Because I can't take clean screenshots in Enfield. At least not yet. Well, no, I probably can if I use the camera a little bit more. I'll think about it. I'll think about using a camera in that because I kind of like it. I just wish I could take screenshots like more readily. Actually, hang on. I'm not gonna open. I'm not gonna open Enfield. Not right now. I am kind of like very curious. Kind of like how the Enfield fan base will essentially like develop. Because to me, I'm coming back after like complaining so much about different games. Like I actually get to like talk about something that I actually really enjoyed. I don't think I've ever really brought it up on stream. I really like Metal Gear Solid Peace Walker. I really like Peace Walker, and I think that was the first time that I really got hooked into like management. Into like a management sim. It's not even like a real management sim, it's just like, oh, you can send different people to different parts of your base and stuff like that. And then they can also impact your productivity and stuff like that. Where's my foobar, actually? I also make sure that this is on the right channel. Hang on, this might look weird for a sec. I need to move that somewhere so I can get better access to it. Because I liked Peace Walker, and I liked Peace Walker a lot because of the base management parts. Like the getting different members, putting them into your base, improving like, okay, you go to the mess hall, you go to R&D. And then like slowly getting more stuff from there. And honestly, that's kind of like the biggest thing that I'm most excited about when it comes to Enfield. The Factorio stuff, or the automation like development stuff is like what really got me to first start it. Or like got me to first want to try it. But now that I'm at this point, I want to see how far it goes. Cause it's actually funny saying that, cause like, what am I thinking? I just realized I didn't know if I don't know if this is actually in the right channel or not. It is. Hi, Computer Geek. Thank you. I like base management stuff. And I'm kind of surprised it took me, I don't want to say so long to realize it. But that's kind of what I really, now that's what I'm mostly really looking forward to in Enfield. I'm looking forward to the, like, to treating it like a business. Like the day trading between different friends, the clue gathering. I finally unlocked the clue stuff. I'm glad that that's back. That was one of the few things that I remember the most from like my very short time with the original Arknights. I'm really glad that that's back because I want to spend more time doing that because I think that's genuinely kind of fun. I think that it's weird because it's like mostly an automated type of thing, but like that's also kind of one thing that I like about Enfield. Like the way that I interact with my friends feels more significant. Like it's not just oh I'm copying the character that you have. Also apologies, chatting music is going to disappear for a quick second. Because now whoops. Hang on. I'm making this work. I don't know why this doesn't have the album. It's because the title is whatever. It's weird. Can I remember? No. I'd have to go into this like manually. Hang on. I'm distracted now. There we go, because I wanted to find like good music to at least listen to. Like I said, I've been trying to listen to more radios more. But like, I like the clue stuff. I like the fact that going to friendships is like a consistent thing you can do. And not only like a consistent thing you can do, you're encouraged to do because of day trading. So that you can use the stock bills for like something actually useful. I love the idea of the stock bills being like their own separate currency that is separate from being used for like upgrade stuff. Because now I'm worried about making a profit. I'm worried about making a profit more than I'm worried about, oh, but I gotta save this for upgrade material. So using it for anything else seems pointless. Having those two separate currencies, as two separate currencies means that I can worry about those as two different things. I do have a sneaking suspicion, but that'll depend on like how the game develops and moves forward. But no, I like base management stuff. I liked managing my own mother base, especially in MGS5. So like being able to go to like other people's ships, like help them out with certain things that they're working on, beg my friends to help me with things that I'm working on. I have to make sure that this isn't going into the VOD, or else this thing's getting nuked. Yeah, I don't think it is. Okay, that's fine. But like, I like that stuff. I like feeling the actual person there, like helping me. I like the idea of just like other people, because this is going to turn into... I'm not envious, because I never wanted again to Eve. But I like the idea of like cooperative business stuff. And Enfield has some prime real estate for that. That's all I can say. Ugh. Because even just yesterday, Alina was, Alina had sent me a in-game message about one of the blueprints that she was using for one of her plants, and I'm like, oh, that's interesting. That's interesting, but this part doesn't seem like it really needs to be here, and it would streamline things if you do it like this. And then I sent that blueprint back to her, and then I still kept that blueprint and I ended up using it. And that really helped with my seed production, which meant that I could change one of my plants, which was focused around seed production, to something else. I like that because it feels a lot more hands-on than just, oh, look, your friend got lucky, they have this character, you can borrow them sometimes. That sounds like a dig at Limbus. It is. It is a dig at Limbus because, like, that's still very limited, and you don't even really get anything for it. You don't get a lot of things for that. I think you get ego shards or whatever, but it's not like a lot. But like, I like a bunch of the ideas that Enfield has, and I think it has fertile ground for doing a lot of the business management stuff that I really enjoy in different games. So that's kind of why I wanted, like, stick with it and commit with it. On top of also being interested in the story, but that's more of a long-term thing to kind of like sit with, because I'm very much going off of the very good word that I've heard of Arknight's story. But I think Peace Walker was like the start of that. Does the game also have pretty ladies? They have very, very, very cute girls. They have very cute girls, and some of them even have very big tails. So that's more of just like a bonus. They're not as jiggly as Zenless, but still. But still, there's a few that I'm starting to like. Perlica's really grown on me. Despite not really... Like, she's very... very cool. K-U-U. Cool. Haven't seen the Dere. I don't know if she's Dere, but I know she's hiding a little bit. She's hiding a little bit of how much she likes the administrator, and it's cute. And her also being a little bit annoyed is also really cute. I like her. Perlica's like the first relatively SR character in any game that like I've liked kind of for a while. Like, I think right now she's managing my base. The fact that I'm seeing right now and not just like I have her assigned to my base is insane. It's not like too crazy, but it's like I'm actively thinking about it because it is something that's running in the background. So I want to make sure that's optimized, which means I'm thinking about things from a very business perspective. Of like, okay, if this is working, then this can keep going, and then if this keeps going, then I can do this, then I can do this, then I can do this, and I can keep making money, and I can keep turning a profit. genuinely, I've been engaging more with the factory stuff and like the economics of the game more than I have been with anything like actually related to the gacha or like the characters are leveling up. Like, I feel so behind. It's only week 1, but I still feel incredibly behind in terms of like character level and progression. Like, I only just hit the level 60 uncap. But I've also been like, no, I've been taking my time with the story, so it's not like that bad. I've just been, no, taking my time. And like, I was looking for like a type of game that I could play off stream. Because of that problem I said earlier, which is like, oh, I want to play things on stream, but if I want to play so much things on stream, then I don't really have something to play off stream. Because like, I think the only things that I have off stream now, or like have off stream right now, are like sometimes playing Unbeatable, playing Marvel Rivals. Is that like all I have? Like, I want to do a better job of like cleaving through some of the games that I have. I need to get back to 109. I need to get back to 109. I need to get back to 109, but I feel that that game scares me. I've never been intimidated by a visual novel before. I want to get back to 109. But aside from that, there's not really like anything that I'm like actively playing. Most of it is just kind of like service stuff. Fear not man, but that thing, it scares me. It does. It's... I posted it, I mentioned it in the server, like... Visual novel. I can't remember how many endings I'm at. I'm at like 50. I think I'm past the 50 mark. I think I'm around 60. 123 hours. That thing is long. I'm going down multiple routes. I'm going down different routes. I'm jumping around. Like, I'm having fun. The comedy route especially is really good. But like, that's so much time. It's so much time. It's so much reading. I can't read that on stream. I thought about it too. I genuinely thought like maybe I could get through it if I read it on stream. But if I read it on stream, it's gonna take even longer. And like, I don't have the wherewithal because that burnt me out when I was playing it just like in my free time last year. And like, that's wild to say because I burned through like 100 hours of FF7 Rebirth. I burned through like 100 something hours of FF7 Rebirth when that came out on Steam. Did not get tired of that game. I like that game a lot. I only started hitting like kind of an upper... I only started hitting like kind of an upper limit when I was doing a lot of the post-game stuff. But I want to do the post-game stuff because there's 2 things that I want to do that's locked behind it, but that stuff frustrates me. So I've been kind of like... I took like a break from it. I do want to eventually go back and play that on hard. Probably for stream. Hopefully eventually. But also how well that thing runs is a question. But I'll worry about that later. But like, I can play an action RPG for like 100 hours and be fine. Reading. Only reading. For 120 hours. There's gameplay, like there's some strategy RPG segments, but like, I think the longest of them ever took me like maybe 20 to 30 minutes. And I think that's like including a reset or 2. Everything outside of that has been reading. Everything outside of that has been reading. That game is long. There's so much text. There's so much text to the point it is almost disgusting. But like, damn, I want to get back to it. I want to get back and like, cause I know where I'm on Darumi's route. I'm on one of Darumi's route, and I want to stick with it because I really like her. The little bit that I got into her route really really got me. I think that game's made me cry a couple times. It has. It made me cry a couple times for various different reasons. I want to get back to it, but like that thing is intimidating. But I got distracted. But like I'm not really playing a lot of things off stream at this point. I'm kind of just like most of the things that I'm playing playing on stream. I think the only times that I'd probably go around that or probably try to or like I would play something off stream. I've been playing like a couple of games. I've been trying to finish Heaven Will Be Mine, and then I also want to finish Nausea. But at the same time, I've also been reading so much on stream that like when I'm done, like I don't want to read. Like today was supposed to be me playing You and Me and Her. But something is up with the audio on that, so I have to figure out what's going on with the game. Because I don't know why I'm not hearing audio, but OBS is. And at the same time, I'm constantly worried about whenever the next Limbus like Intervallo or event is, because that's also going to be reading. That's gonna be like 6 to 8 hours of reading. So like I want just kind of like action stuff, or action stuff, something that keeps me active. And thankfully Enfield has that, but that's more on the side. Not even side, that is like main stuff that's important. Whoops. That is main stuff that is important, but like I can afford the time loss. I can afford the time loss of like progressing the story because I can catch up quickly. If I find like a good day to do it, I can catch up on that stuff quickly, get through it, watch the cutscenes, read, and like level up my characters and stuff like that. That I'm not worried about. I am slightly worried about it because like there's certain areas with certain resources that I'm limited by, but long term, I'm not worried about it. Especially because of the fact that like I can grow the materials and resources that I need after I collected at least one of them. Which just further kind of encourages me to like build up my ship, to build up my factory, to keep things going, to keep things on a constant like motion so that I can keep doing things. I'm also probably gonna have to do a lot of tutorials for a lot of the stuff that I have, because I feel like I'm not understanding a few things. I feel like I'm understanding most of it, but I feel like there's a couple things that I'm not completely getting that would help improve my production. So that's probably what I'm gonna do after stream. This just this is how badly the game is like sunk into me. But like, no, I enjoy the time that I'm spending with that, which is why like I'm enjoying playing it off stream. And like, yeah, it's a new gacha, so that means that there's gonna be a certain point where like everything's caught up, or like I'm caught up, and there's like whatever things that I can do to clear out the rest of the map and whatever characters to make stronger. But then after that, it's like, okay, I can change my factory, I can adjust things based off my needs, and like focus on production so that I can keep making money, so that I can keep getting stock builds, so I can keep using that for different things that I need or different things that I want. like, that stuff's super enjoyable to me. I'm liking that stuff a lot. And the fact that that runs in the side means I don't need to have it constantly open, which means I don't... The dailies on that have been very nice. Honestly, the biggest dailies out of it are either just using up my sanity, which you want to use anyway, so you can get more resources for your character progression. But then a lot of that is, a lot of the stuff can do, a lot of that stuff is just kind of like managing your base and stuff like that. Which is something that I find very comforting. That's why I have so many... I was gonna say comfy games, but that's not the right word. I think I like management games. Well, not management. I like storefront games, if that makes sense, if that's a genre. Like, I like running a store. I think that's a very... I think that's kind of like the niche of like comfy game that like I've fallen into, where I like store management. Like that part's just enjoyable to me. Because it makes me think about things from both a productivity level. It makes me think about things from like, okay, how is this working? Like, is this functionally productive? How does this look? How would this present to a customer? How are these things like here? Like, what is the... I have to worry about style and function, and I get to worry about them at the same time, and those are two things that I like when they're mingling together. Because I've done a couple things in Enfield where the lineup or the way that I have my bases or my factories set up, I've made them symmetrical in different ways. Or it's like the main thing I've been trying to do is just make a lot of them symmetrical, because like that part's enjoyable to me. I like the presentation. I like when the factory looks nice and it's making something that I need and it's something that I can use. And I think that's really another big part that's getting me about Enfield, is that the production leads into stuff that's actually directly useful for you and your characters. I really, really, really like that I'm making my own gear and that I am making my own medical supplies. And I sell the excess, because that makes it feel like, okay, yeah, I need to have this as a constant source of income so I can sell the excess, but I get to keep whatever. I'm keeping like a small amount for me in a stockpile because I need them practically. Like it makes it more tangible. Sorry, the song completely distracted me. I like the... It makes the goods feel more... That's so cute. It makes the goods feel more tangible, as in this isn't just something that's nebulously off in a distance that like you're using or that you're selling to make money. It's something that I am using, and then I have an interest in increasing its production line and also making better versions of it for my own use, but then I also make money off of making those better versions in excess. It's not enough for me to just make a few for myself. It is important to make enough that I can consistently sell for a profit. Almost the same thing with gear right now. Not really, at least where I'm at, because there's no outpost that I have that's like, that needs me to sell them gear. But I like the fact that like, okay, I can use this resource to make this gear, for me. No, I think I can sell parts of that. But like keeping in mind like, okay, this is stuff that is selfishly for me. It is useful for me. So how do I make this work? Well, next to like my greenery that is specifically there to make money, or like to ensure that I never really run out of crops so that I can keep working on these other things that I need. Like, it sounds very, I want to say like obvious or like rudimentary, but it's that tangibility to it like gives it something to me. Ugh. Like that part, like it feels nice to me. Like there's a couple of like there's a lot of really small things that Enfield does that I really like. Even the daisy chaining of like the power supply. Because like not every area you get a base, which means that you're not able to very easily get access to resources that you want, especially if those areas have more of the resources that you really need at that moment. So you start thinking like, okay, how do I make this work? How can I make that work within my electricity budget? Now that I've increased production, what does that mean that I can do? Like, progression feels persistently vertical. How do I put this in another way? I feel like I'm not wasting time. As in, exploration is useful for me to both find resources, but then it is also useful again because if I do find those resources, then I have to figure out how to make that link up and connect to my supply chain. Then if I do that, then that also means that my supply chain expands, which means I can do different things with it. And if that supply chain expands, but I also have to worry about my batteries and my power grid, then I have to think about ways of making it more efficient. Like, it's all a cycle that feeds into each other, and it doesn't, none of it feels superfluous. None of it feels just like a treadmill to be a treadmill, because it's all relevant or connected in some way to your end goal. This doesn't feel like just like a side thing that's like there kind of to be discarded. Like, it feels important. How much that actually pans out, like when it comes to endgame and stuff like that, I guess I'll figure out. But like for now, like, it feels consistently important. So much that I'm like constantly looking at my AIC reports to keep checking my yield and my usage and seeing like, okay, this is down. Is this a problem now, or is this a problem because I don't have enough like mining nodes? Because I just went through an area that has a bunch of mining nodes, and I also see a bunch of areas where like I kind of messed up a little bit when it comes to setting up my mining fields. Because if that is a problem, or if I am maximizing like all of my mining yields, then it's like, okay, I need to figure out a way to make it more efficient so that I'm not running out of my resource, because if I'm running out of my resource, that means that it's taking more time to get that resource back. And if it's taking more time for that resource to come back, then that means that my production slows down. It's very funny that I talked about like, oh, the efficiency stuff or optimization stuff didn't really impact me when it comes to like weapons and stuff, but when it comes to things, I guess because it's also something that I have more control over. I have more direct control over how my factory operates and runs in its own development than I do just using currency to roll on a gacha banner to get a character and then roll again to get their weapon. The progress I make feels significant because of the work that I'm putting in, and not because of extraneous factors. I guess there's your very long-winded review of Enfield from my perspective. I can't even give you like an accurate amount of time that I've been in, so like maybe like, I don't know, 20-hour review. I'll cut that out and just like make that like make that a YouTube video. It's also very quiet. Like, it's not a loud game. It's very easing on the ears. It's nice. It doesn't feel like I'm walking into a store that's constantly jingling keys in my face. I feel like you might enjoy software dev just as a hobby. I tried learning Java like a little bit. I couldn't. Something about coding, like, eh. And like, I'm not even sure if it's like, I think a part of it is like the frustration. I'm trying to figure, I'm trying to like piece together like my own argument, but I'm also seeing like my own flaws in it, because like I think I wouldn't be against learning some type of coding in the context of something for like RenP. If you want to pick it up, happy to assist, but a lot of what you describe sounds like what I've enjoyed about software dev. Because I think I keep saying it when I'm playing Blueprints, like I like logic problems. I think the only time that I would really... I think the only time I would put like time into it would be in the context of something like RenP. Like to make a visual novel. Because I did put a little bit of time into actually learning it, like, years ago, long ago. I put a little bit of time into learning it, because I wanted to make a visual novel. I still want to make a visual novel this year. I want to make another one this year. But I'm mainly a writer, so I'm not really an artist, so I can't really do much without like somebody else, or like a team. But I want to make like another visual novel. RenP is great. I know Ebihime uses it a lot. I'll think about it. I'll think about it in the context of RenP. Because using that would be a useful tool, and it could be something I could like use for something, for extraneous things later. But I would actually have to sit down and commit with it. But I have been trying to like find something I can do in my spare time, which also would overlap with me trying to listen to more radio. You can do, yeah, you can do a lot without much art. Do you realize how much power you get just by having people need to click to advance the dialogue? Yeah. No, some of my favorite parts in different VNs are when games that like you've been needing to click to advance the dialogue is either stripped from you, or a character just like goes through the dialogue regardless. Because that's actually like a really good example. Because a lot of people are like, well, why would I just, why would I do that? Like, why would I just like click to read a book? Because a really good page turn is very powerful. Can have someone dread clicking something. Exactly. Fujimoto, my goat. Wait. It's Tuesday. Okay, no, there was a 2-week break. Alright, I'm safe. No, having like having a very powerful page turn, or like having like that click of just like that dread of just like what comes next. That's something a lot of people don't really understand, like is like very effective. But I'm also like a very visual person. Like I like visual novels a lot. And a lot of it comes down to kind of like the art and how that incorporates with the story. So like I'd really want to have like a good dedicated artist for like something I want to do. Because to me that's just like part of the appeal. Part of the appeal is like the art that like is a part of the visual novel. It's the visual novel. The art kind of has to be part of it. That's why I want to make another one. That's why I have like notes like about one that I want to. That's why I have notes about like one story that like I've been kind of like jotting down notes for. I'm gonna have to draft something eventually for it, but like I'm getting down like the last, not last, but I'm getting down like a lot of the important things. But I feel like the more that I actively just write it, the more it'll actually become something. Alan Wake may be a hack, but that thing he said about a story is a living thing, like really kind of stuck with me. Like I kind of have to write it in order for me to really figure out kind of what it is going to be and how I want it to be. And the sooner I can do that, and the sooner I have like that visual in my head, then I know what type of style I want for it, and then I know like what things I want to do with that. Last year really kind of lit a fire in me about visual novels and just kind of like making me want to get back to doing them. Or making me want to get back to not only reading them, but also like making me want to make one. It's a very creative exercise. It's a nice creative outlet, I'll say. Because I also still have... Where are they? Because I have... I don't remember if this is in tools. I do. I have 3 versions of RPG Maker. I also have VN Maker. But I think I'd rather just get like a... I honestly think I'd rather just use Ren'Py. But like having those as like things to like at least set up and like visualize things would be like really nice. But then also hard part is like actually making sure or like finding people to work with and stuff like that. Especially an artist, because for an artist that is a lot of time and a lot of work to not... I mean, depending on like if it's a game jam or something. Like maybe I could, maybe I should do more game jams this year. I'll see. Actually, I should do more game jams this year. Because they're fun. And they also give you a good opportunity to meet people. Slated Princess is on Ren'Py, and I have played it. Very good game. I played that on stream last year, and then I also played... I also did the Pristine Cut stuff. Really good game. I really, really like that game. What are some upcoming game jams for like next month? I really I really like that game. It was good. It was also just like it was how do I put it? Lean. It was very lean. Like it feels like I'm trying to like hard to figure out like a good way to describe it, but like it was very, there didn't feel like fat. Smitten voice. That dude needs to, Smitten needs to figure out how to keep himself together. But like it's very lean, like for as much as there really is in it, none of it feels extra, none of it feels like fat, which really helps make it like a very lean reading experience. It makes it very easy to kind of just like keep reading and keep going through, which is really good when you have so many different routes that connect like that into different ways, which also means that made it very effective for like the various different voices to integrate in different ways. Like it's a very smart game. Just in the way that it itself like is presented, and the way that it is and the way that it's just kind of like put together. Like no, it's really, they make the most amount of use of its space and its time. They also have a, I'm trying to remember, I think it's Appy something. I know that they're working on it. I think it's in early access right now. Interested in it, but I've also heard that that's incredibly long, and I can't just be, I can't be reading, like, I can't only be reading visual novels. I know my limit for certain things, and I can't do long stretches of one thing only, or like one type of thing, or else I'll get burnt out and I'll get very mad about it, like very quickly. I'll sour on it, is the way I should put it. That's also why I've been like very, that's why a lot of the things that I play are like very much in rotation. Because if I'm playing something that's like long, like, because yeah, I said I wanted to stream the House in Fata Morgana. I want to stream that. I can't do that. I can't do that like back to back to back to back. I can't do like a full week of that. I would lose my mind. Even if I really enjoy it, I can't do that consistently. I can't do that just like repeatedly. I need the variety. I think I've really fallen off of being able to binge things. I don't know if it's either tolerance or it's just like something in my brain. Like I just can't do it. I don't want to do it. But at the same time, also finding those various different games is kind of difficult. Not difficult, but it's like, that's also why I don't really want super long games. That's why I only want to have like one long game at a time. Because like if I have too many long games, then like I get tired of it, or I get kind of like burnt on it. Oh my god. So it has to be just like in a consistent kind of rotating pattern or rotating flow. And I know that that's very funny considering that all of February is effectively going to be a bunch of Resident Evil games. But like all of them are varied in their own different ways, and I like them for different reasons and in different ways. So like I don't feel burdened by doing it. Because I already explained it when I was playing RE0 that like I really like a lot of the variety that the different RE games like have. That's why I'm playing Resident Evil 6 on Friday with Alina. 6 p.m. EST. Very, very subtle. Very, very subtle, like throwing in your face, like, hey, 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 watch it. And like I played a couple. I think I've played all of them on stream before now at this point, except for one. I think there was one that I had not played. Yes, I did not play that one on stream. There was one that I have not played on stream, but we will wait. Because I won't spoil that. Point being, I am very much a variety streamer. I like streaming a variety of different things. I like playing a variety of different things. I don't like burning out on certain things. But I also do know that there are certain things that I don't like, and which is why I don't really play some of them online. Or some of them play some of them on stream. But I also have a bunch of stuff that like I could play. A lot of stuff that I want to play. I want to get to Sunbreak for Monhan Rise so I can play it on stream with a couple of people. Because I think that would be a very fun thing to play. That's also kind of why I'm starting to get more into wanting to do like those Friday fight nights. The Persona 4 one was really fun last week. Really fun. I want to try going around like a couple of the games that I have and do more open lobbies, because there's a couple of games that I have that I haven't had a chance to really play in a while. And like having a more kind of like just casual fun place would be, I think it would be neat. Also, a bunch of people in the FGC are pretty cute. Damn it. It's a Pavlovian slip. I wanted to say cool, but then I thought of Sutton, and then I said cute, like as a reflex. Oh well. Then I'll probably also figure out, like... That's also why I have different stream incentives and stuff. That's why the... again, passed the goal for RE9 stream at the end of February. So thank you again, Cherry Meowster. Thank you, Computer Geek. But that's why like I want to jump through like a bunch of different games. I am very much a variety streamer because if I was not, I would lose my mind. Speaking of losing my mind, Outbreak is going to start in a bit. And I'll probably chat for like another... hour. I also want to do more of these just chatting streams. Because I feel like I really haven't been doing... I haven't been doing a lot of them. And I feel like... Not to be self-aggrandizing, but I feel like I'm pretty capable when it comes to chatting incessantly for an extended period of time. Just maybe. A little. Just maybe a little bit capable when it comes to prattling on and on about nonsense. In hopefully at least an entertaining way. Either way, ads should be starting in a sec. Okay, I'm gonna stand up and stretch. Also, if anybody knows where these things have been like coming from, that'd be very helpful. They've been filling up my atelier. It's like rats, but all they do is dance like that. It'd be very helpful. Thank you. I can never tell when the ad break thing is like actually accurate or not. Okay. Things are in the works. I may be an alchemist, but they should call me the chef the way I be cooking. Please don't take that. Please don't use that. Please don't use that. Alright. Hard part is that like I'm usually really good about coming up with like jumping off points. Like during the outbreak. But sometimes I'm not. Like sometimes I feel creative. Sometimes I feel like I'm very creative's the bad word. Creative's too positive and affirming. I feel like it'd be good for a podcast. Not like sitting around and kind of just like, I don't know. Well, maybe. I could probably do like, no. I thought about it for like 5 seconds. I was thinking I could probably do a gaming podcast. I'm like, no, that's not a good idea. No, I just like talking about things with other people. So just like a very casual, I don't know, a very casual type of thing. Cause like I kind of want to collab a lot more. I want to collab a lot more this year. Just like interacting with different streamers and just, I was gonna say I was going to correct that and say VTuber. But then I thought, no, I wouldn't mind, like, conversing with the flesh havers. But like, no, I feel like I'm like decent. I feel like I'm decent when it comes to talking to like different people for a while. Which I know might kind of sound contradictory to like the thing that I brought up during the anniversary stream. Because then because like earlier there, that's when I said like I would need to kind of like really be acclimated to the person or like kind of get used to how that person is and like talk to them like that. But I think a very conversational open space, like I'm very, I wouldn't necessarily say approachable, but I'm good at just like talking to people. I like having just conversations with people and just like talking. So like a setting where I'm just able to kind of like talk to people and just kind of like relax. I feel like that's just kind of like a good setting for me. Not necessarily like constantly joking around and stuff like that. Making content, I guess, is the way to put it. But like there are like two roads in my brain right now. One of them wants to be relatively normal and say the actual thing I want to say, and the other one wants to say the bad thing. I think I'm a cunning linguist. Or good conversationalist is another way of putting it. Speaks fluent Japanese. Hi. でも、I took too long to think about it. It completely fell apart. Because I have this problem where I keep trying to use no in like a possessive sense. Like my mind, because I know enough Japanese to know that like I can speak it like if I actually like consistently practice with it. But like at its current state, it's very broken in like different ways. Because I want to say, no, I know how to say it. 自分は日本語の方が下手です。Oh, closed caption could not keep up with that at all. Yeah, because it's no whole ga when you're trying to say about something like that. I wanted to say no ga. That's different. But yes, I speak fluent Japanese. I'm good at like just talking and being a conversationalist. I almost said cunning linguist again. It just slips out. Point being, I feel like I'm good at talking with people. Or I feel like especially that I'm really good when it comes to just like engaging in conversation. least you didn't mispronounce it. I think I might have, like, slightly. My pronunciation is better. My pronunciation, like, I feel very confident in. I'm just, like, very... The practical use... Well, technically. Actually, when it comes to Japanese, the pronunciation really does, like, matter a lot, because, like, way your accent certain things, like, it changes the meaning of it. Like, there's ski, and then there's, like, ski. I'm not mispronouncing cunning linguist. Oh no, don't worry. I can't do that. I can't do that on accidentally. I'm too... There are certain things where, like, I'm too committed to the bit on, where even if I try to actually say it, I will still accidentally say cunning linguist. Because in my mind, I'm thinking more about the joke than actually saying the thing. Point being, I'm good with my tongue, and I think I should use it on more people. If you can't make yourself laugh, then what's the point in comedy? Point being, I want to collab more. I want to collab more this year. I want to talk with more people. I want to talk with more VTubers. I want to interact with more people. Just because I think, like, no, I think that's something that I'm not necessarily specifically good at, but something that I am, like, I'd say relatively decent at. Collab to use your tongue on more people. Yeah, exactly. See? You got it. Especially if they're pretty girls. Pretty femmes. I can't say that. I'd sound like a predator. I want to talk with people more. That is the end goal of this. I want to collab more. I want to interact more with different people. I want to, like, no. I want to... No, I like having conversations. I had a, the reason why I'm even, like, thinking about this so much is because I had a really good conversation with somebody, who I'd never met before. Never talked to this person before in my life. But, like, I talked to them on the phone. It wasn't, I think it was last week. It was last week, and, like, we had such a good conversation that it lasted for 3 hours. Genuinely 3 hours. I was looking at my phone. I saw the time actively going up. We were at hour 3, and, like, never met one another. Never talked to each other before. Like, that phone call was the first time that we really spoke with each other. But it just, like... The flow of the conversation was just nice. Like... Because that's kind of, like, a big thing for me. Where, like... I'm used to... I like conversations like that. I like real conversations where kind of people kind of, like, take turns, they go back and forth. They kind of build on things that they were talking about. Talking about one thing leads to thought about something, and then it leads to talk about another. Like, a very... It feels weird to say, but, like, you know, it's a very natural conversation where you're just kind of talking and just kind of feel stupid to say, but just, like, you're being yourself and interacting with somebody else. Like, you're just, like, enjoying each other's company. Is a better way of framing it. like, because I used to have conversations like that with a couple of my friends where we would just talk on the phone for like 2-3 hours. Like, it was a nice experience. It's a nice experience to just be able to be comfortable with somebody and kind of just be able to talk like that for such a long time. And like, not everybody is able to do that. Like, of course. Like, some people are more comfortable, like, kind of with a lot more breaks in a conversation, or just talking about, I kind of like, they kind of have one specific, area of expertise. Or like one thing that they can really kind of like talk about and carry conversation with. But even that's not necessarily too bad. But like, I like that dynamic part of the conversation of just like one thing naturally leading into another, and then leading into another. Like, you're just talking. You're just having a conversation with somebody. And you're learning more about each other, and like sometimes like there's a lot of for a 3-hour conversation, there's like 2 to 3 kind of minutes where like 1 or 2 things that they said to me, like, no, they really stuck with me, and I'm kind of thinking about, I still need to watch, I know the video that I need to watch, but there's a video that I need to watch so I can get back to them and tell them about something, because that was something that was during the middle of the conversation that I forgot, but I couldn't remember exactly what it was, but I knew where I got it from. So I'm eventually gonna have to go back and send them that information. But like the flow of a conversation that's just natural. I like that. I like being able to just talk with somebody for a while. It doesn't even need to be deep. Like, we can just like go back and forth, like building up jokes and stuff like that. Maybe I should browse just chatting a little bit more. Like browsing, just chatting, seeing like different VTubers, seeing like, oh, this person seems kind of cool, I kind of want to talk to them. And seeing like if we can just kind of do that. Like, no, I want to interact more. I want to be more conversationist. More conversations. Not big natural conversations, long natural conversations. Very different. But the sentiment is there, so you get a B-. I don't know why I've been giving out grades at this point. I kind of just started doing it. But at this point, I kind of want to keep doing it. Like, I don't know where this joke started. But I keep doing it. I need to put this somewhere. I'm not even like a teacher. I don't know why I'm doing this. I think I'm just doing it to be judgmental. But yes, I want to try having big natural conversations with other people, because I feel like that's like a comfortable thing. I feel like that's like something that I'm kind of good at. Cause like, I almost hate that like I said that. Not the big natural part. The big naturals are always nice, but like the self-praise. But like, I feel like I'm genuinely attentive enough, and I'm good enough when it comes to... I shall need to start grading. You can't grade me. You can't grade the teacher. You're not grading the professor. The professor is giving you grades. You're just lucky there's no homework, but everything in class matters a lot more. Welcome to a lecture. Why am I a teacher? Point being, I want to have conversations with people. I think it's fun. Probably not like out of the blue. Like a little bit of foresight or like knowing what kind of the person I'm talking to is like about, or like kind of like their vibe, stuff like that. Like getting an idea of that down before like actually engaging in like a full conversation with them probably would be better. But I want to try doing that. I feel like I'm a good, again, conversationalist. I feel like I'm good at being receptive to like information that I get. I feel like I'm good at being receptive, because friends have always called me like a very good listener. Because one thing that I constantly do in a conversation is like I will listen and I'll hear certain things and like I'll store that in my memory for something later to like bring it back up later. But then I'll still let the person like continue on, because like if they're in the middle of like a train of thought, or like a middle, if they're in the middle of like a train of thought or something that they like are trying to express, I don't want to disturb them, so like I would chime in to like tell them like, oh, I get what you're talking about, like I'm on the same wavelength, like or if they're like kind of like blanking on something or like trying to come up with an example, like I would try to, like if I'm following them in the conversation, I would give them an example that would make sense to me, and see if it's like kind of in the same wavelength as them, because from there they can either confirm or deny, and then they can explain why it's either correct or either why it's like slightly off. I'm not gonna make a talk show. I'm not gonna make a talk show, but I do want to just like talk with more people. Maybe that's something I'll try and look into. Just because that seems like a good fit for me, like personally. Just being able to like talk with people and listen and hear how things kind of are. That was a mistype. I messed up. I said the wrong message to somebody. It's fine. But yeah, I feel like I'm pretty good at that. Because as much as I love chat, as much as I love relatively one-sided conversation, I like talking with people. I like learning about different people. I like what's that quote from Persona 3 Portable? People are like chemicals. Whenever two interact, both are changed forever. Whenever there's a reaction, both are changed forever. Like, that's nice. I like being changed by different people. It's why I engage with so much art. I like being changed. I like things like being different. I like interacting with people. I like figuring things out. I like seeing how different people see the world. To me, that's like the fun part. Oh, I'm an incredibly cunning typist. I'm very good with my fingers. I can get you I can get you a number of people who can attest to how good I am with my fingers. That is a promise. I make sure to trim my nails and everything. I was so tempted to say something worse. I was so tempted to say something worse for a split second. Here, I can phrase it like this. I know the right buttons to push. Interpret that how you will. That's a very different thing. Point being, I like interacting with people. I like talking to people. I want to collab more kind of like for those reasons. I want to interact with more people. I want to have conversations with more people. It can be like the conversations that I've had with Alina on stream, which might have been slightly debaucherous. Or they can just be more like about art or like about music or just like life experiences or different things like that. Like, everybody has a story to tell. Either a story to tell or a perspective to share. And like, I think it's interesting to listen to it. I don't necessarily need to agree with everything that the other person says, or I don't need to fully understand what the other person says, but I want to try. That's like the main thing, is that I want to engage with that person and like I want to see what changes like between me and them last, between like, at least on my end. I want to see how I change after interacting with that person. It could be a positive change, could be a negative change, but that's kind of just like how life is. Like, you interact with people and things change. Your perspective slightly shifts. Something that becomes like a ill why could become like a oh, so I guess that's kind of like why somebody would like that. To throw myself under the bus. Me explaining the cannibalism and tentacles and mimic thing. I'm not expecting to convert people. I've given up on that. Either you're into it or you're not. But at least if you encounter in the wild next time, you're like, okay, Banii likes it for this reason. Do I see that when I look at this? Now that I think about it, there is a lot more overlap between cannibalism and liking mimics than I thought initially. I'll take that one to my grave. That's separate. This is why I can't talk to myself for so That's why I can't talk to myself for too long, cause like I'll start saying obscene things. Not intentionally, it's just like it happens as time goes on. I got nothing. I got no type of like save for that. It's the clone of dogs trying to fight their reflection in the mirror. I am the dog. I am the dog and I am the dog in the mirror. Not in it being like a reflection, like no, it isn't. It is a piece of me It is a piece of me that is there. Point being, I want to interact with more people. I want to hang out with more people. I want to learn more about different people. And I think I'm gonna try doing that. I'm gonna try doing that a little bit more. Even if it means that I'm probably gonna have to... Even if it means I'm gonna have to get out of my shell a little bit and interact with some people and be a little bit scared maybe. But it's worth it. It's always worth it. Yeah, no, the thoughts about the factory have started to creep in and I can't stop thinking about it, so I'm probably gonna just raid out. I've been thinking too much about my factory. And I also probably need to get something to eat. Like, I think I'm good. Oh, I've always had that. I've always, very, very funnily enough, like, I've been the one to get certain people to, like, really open up their shell a lot. But, like, whenever it comes to me, like, interacting with people or being like, oh, why would this person, like... Why would this person, like, talk with me? Or, like, stuff like that. Very self-conscious type of stuff. Like, I get in my own head about that, but whenever it comes to interacting with other people, but when it comes to other people, like, interacting with one another, a lot easier. A lot easier for me to get other people to, like, open up or, like, kind of, like, try different things. I should get something to eat. I think I'm good. That's different. That's me. Yeah. That is also a very a meism where, like, I think about things that, like, I will think about certain things, like, I'll say a sentence and then I'll think about something else and then I will verbally reply to that. It's the entire difference between the whole, like, inside thoughts, outside thought things. Rates Banii is a snack as well. That is now 2 people who have called me a snack in the past 24 hours. There are a couple things to consider. Like considering this person who I am gonna raid into. So yeah, we're gonna raid into GG easy. Insane time for, like, the type of buzzer like that. Feel free to make a case or a full meal instead. I'm not saying that. The only people who I'm gonna say that to are the ones who will eat me. Anyway, if you're following, you can feel free to cheer on GG when we get there. If you're a subscriber, feel free to raid, dance, or wave. Either it's up to you. Either way. Unfortunately, full meal. I am. That is, if that is your choice, then that is up to you. Either way, the atelier is closed. You do not need to go home, but you can't stay here. Why is there an alarm clock in this song? Either way, thank you for spending time with me. I hope you enjoyed yourselves. You do not need to go home, but you can't stay here, but I can leave you in at least the very pretty woman's hands, which I bet a lot of you already like.